Hi guys, it's Tarn coming at you with another game of Total Warhammer 3. We're here in the old world with Malakai Makaisson at Zharr-Naggrund. And boy oh boy, are we ever close to winning this war. Oh, it's been a long time coming, and you know, we've got other work to do to clean up the city, but Zhatan the Black is all the way on his back feet, and we've got him locked in here with us. And then, you know, we've got these holds over here, but we're sending a couple armies over, and we'll, you know, we'll deal with them in various ways. But for now, you know, we've been fighting a lot of Chaos Dwarves, and in a different world, we would just... But yeah, I bought a bunch of runes, so we're going to... Yeah, we've got homing projectiles now for our organ guns, and then we will, give them explosive damage, and we will give big resistance to the gate guards. The Longbeards will make the block unbreakable, and then we will give Vanguard and speed to the pirates. Do they already have Vanguard? They do not. Alright, we'll give Vanguard and speed to the pirates. And of course Malakai will show up. And we got a homing rune there for him. You know, we need to... Guess we can put it on the grudge thrower. I mean, hey, it's here. Alright, let's go. Face to the foe. Shall we meet our doom today? Oh, it's, Well, obviously there is still the issue of the artillery more broadly, but we've just got a minor settlement, and Malakai is going to be coming out there. Let's make it there, shall we? Because, you know, we can't just be waiting. We gotta... Gotta brawl a little bit. We should put a cannon over here in case... Yeah, because with this much coverage on the cannon, won't get in, but then we can. Choppa choppa. Yeah, because the grudge thrower is here, doing just fine. If we can just, you know, give the mortars a target, and maybe we'll be able to notice when the army ability comes out. It's what, 45 seconds, so it's about to happen. All right, there's one. And there's that one. And I actually, yeah, we actually dodged them a little bit there, huh? Alright, the problem is that... Now, we've got this Taurus flying in at the cannon that we left unsupported here, but I think... Yeah, we'll be alright. We'll get the NG on it, and this NG on it. And these Slayers are having a time, and of course... our Slayers will want a piece of that action, too. Speaking of that action, oh, the Slayers get chunked. It's alright, so Spirit of Grungiware... on top of the mortar? No, we want it to fight. Yes, we'll put it here. Oh man, Brock Ironhammer getting destroyed by Zhatan the Black with a 1.1k weapon strength. Well, you know. Brock Ironhammer, that's what you're here for, buddy. To stand in the breach. You know, the Grungi is getting absolutely demolished, and I'm stupid. You know, these guys are having a time, but look, if a Slayer dies fighting them, then that is a doom worth having, right? Zhatan the Black is no pushover. But we've got a crew in there, and oh, Ulrika got here too. Alright, well, she's silenced, so that diminishes a little bit of what she can do, but... we throw the word save. Oh yeah, this Slayer's not gonna die today. He's gonna be so upset. I think the Grungi already got pushed off the battlefield. Yeah, you know, it's alright. Zhatan is running. We are not going to let him get away. Oh, this engineer is dying. Jeez, what am I doing? He'll be alright. Wow! Oh my god. The Thunder Barge shot at the Skullcracker and it went straight through the engineer. It ripped his face off. But Zhatan now just has 350 hit points. He goes down. We're going to overcast a regrowth with juiced weapon strength there. We're going to delete these fools. We're going to fly the Thunder Barge just straight in. This is incredibly reckless and bad. But we'll probably be fine. I don't actually... yeah, I don't think there's too much more they can do about it anymore. Gotrek and Felix, like, sort of got in, but yeah, they're about to get army loss. We are crunching them, right? Just wait till we blob there. Doom Seekers look like they're, you know, gonna meet their doom by way of getting shot by army abilities. Hardly a doom worthy of a Slayer. But this army is too big for me to properly use. Oh, geez. Well, these Doom Seekers get in against Ironsworn. I mean, that's good. That's where they want to be once they're there. But, of course, getting all of the satchel charges on the way in, hardly great. But now the Doom Seekers can get to work against their hated kin. Oh, man. The humanity. Oh, jeez. You know, when you're not methodical, you could expect this to happen. Alright, so we just need to... Yeah, we just need to delete those infantry blobs, and maybe we can pick up our stuff afterward, right? Because with our pretty decent spell resist and low model count, but you know, super messy. What are you gonna do? We look, we're an army of slayers. It's about time we behave like one sometimes. Super messy. But of course there was a lot going on, and we didn't have our first army at the start, you know, so we didn't want to just wait for him. If we did, and we engaged with everyone, you know, it would have been, well, you know, not as interesting maybe. I mean, it's fine. Doom Seekers wanna get killed. And of course, that Slayer that got trucked on, so, like, yeah, look at that, though. 3k value, 2k value, like, the Slayers doing their work. It's the rest of my army I didn't do anything with. The organ guns didn't shoot at all. Makes sense. Yeah, most of my army does literally nothing. Well, the thing about Chaos Dwarves, though, is if you bring only small monsters of Slayers, right? Then all the stuff they're good at, it doesn't really matter so much anymore. They cast a magic spell on you, hits their own guys. They drop a Dreadquake battery on you because they don't have the discipline to not kill their own troops. Doesn't matter. But Zhatan the Black falls. And Scully gets this amazing trait. 40% magic drop chance and 15 range for artillery. Like, you almost want the dude to be around so you can get it from him. That is a good trait. And this guy will, you know, move towards the responsible blue tree now that he's got everything else that he wants. Alright. And that is turn, I think. Well, no, Malakai might have still have moved. We've done everything else and got the monies and stuff. We're hoping that this guy takes over here, which this is a brilliant siege play, right? You know, you don't have what it takes to get it, but you just send a besieging army reasoning that, you know, those dwarves aren't going to come out of the mountains at you. And they're right, we aren't. But obviously we're making an absolutely shocking amount of money, and we're spending all of it every turn. But soon enough we'll be able to basically have everything free. We need to get another army going. Maybe a couple. You know, there's a lot to do. We can brainstorm in the intern. We only have one army, Hugrim Silverhorns, here at the stairs of Khorne, but we're about to move into the realm anyway. Reasoning that I bet we can get away with it. We've just taken Grom Peak, which feels wonderful. We're so good. Everybody's proud of us. Because we know where Zhatan's forces are, you know, mostly. We don't think he's got anything on this road, so we're just going to crunch it up, you know, from the other mountains, which is great, you know. Our confederation over there leading to a strategic possibility that wouldn't have been there, because, you know, you don't get the underway to do shenanigans like this. But once we get all this sorted, we still have another Chaos Dwarf faction to get. But then we'll get the underway on this part of the world. You know, just in time to go somewhere else. Hey, it's what's her name? It is what's her name? Looks like the trees have taken over Bretonnia. This is very satisfying. You know, you work so hard on a campaign. Hey, Neo. Good morning. You work so hard on a campaign, and then when it finally like falls into place, and with dwarves, like it falls into place more than any other faction possibly could, right? Like this is
You have my allegiance.
a totally glorious thing, and we are gonna take the gates of Zharr. Yeah.
Take it for the high king.
And just like that, of course, we have a sound of money again. And we're just gonna deeps up all this, not like this. Well, I mean, eventually, probably that, but... No, we're gonna be losing this soon enough. We can just...
Whatever I decide.
I mean, we hardly want to be in a military alliance with Greasus, though. But the corruption will go to, you know, we might be able to stabilize it-ish. Yeah, we're kind of friends with Greasus. It's just, you know, we are very dwarfy. And he... You know, actually, does he... Yeah, he's got this cross clubs camp, but maybe that's not part of the dwarf stuff, actually. Yeah, because Karakazorn is the southernmost hold. So yeah, maybe those camps are okay for him to have, really. I mean, if he doesn't have any land that he's not allowed to have, we hardly want to, I don't know. You said you yourself are quite ogre-y. Yeah, you know, it is fun, but
Follow at your peril. Let's be having 'em. Let us find our deaths. The past is the past. Plod along. Die glorious. Everything was drawn once. This is a gift. The ancestors agree.
yeah, and we're just building the deeps now, and like, look, they're never ever getting back. You know, these dwarves are done. Oh, we just need to build all the buildings. And then you run into a funny thing where late game you care about public order more than you care about like any of the other stuff, because public order turns on a couple of the deeps buildings that are very important. You know, why don't we just wait like a couple of turns and then we'll do the deeps all at one time. We have 22 High King's decrees now. Bonkers. But, you know, I do kind of fear that Belegar under Thorgrim's going to retake the 8 Peaks without our help. But I don't want to, like, stop him from doing it. I want to be part of it. But yeah. Morgrim takes care of all that. His army is quite nice. It's a lot of the stuff that we got in the Confederation. I don't think we need to mess with the army too much now. We need to build a couple more buildings to get single-turn gyro recruitment. Not like I like them, but they'll actually be very good indeed in the coming wars, where we're not going to be fighting against people that counter gyrocopters like Chaos Dwarves do.
What? Oh, right. My mohawk. You reckon an airship could fit underground?
We're just gonna go this way because, yeah, so that is Zhatan's last settlement inside here, and he has... I think that was Thork. Alright, so now he's going to come somewhere when he comes back to life. Down here, probably. Possibly there, but we're just going to send a Scully Death Dealer.
Keep your axes close. More moving, less whinging. Demons can wait from the axe. Demons.
And we're gonna just seal Karaz because it's on like the very border there, and we don't have an army in it.
No.
Karaz Ankor has fallen!
I am the White Dwarf. I'm leaving.
It's time for the White Dwarf to get on the move, and we will recruit... Like, these guys are already high level, though. Well, all the more reason to get a low-level guy out and level him up more. With the Blood of Grimnir, Logan Redmane, Lord of Karaz Ankor. And of course, army price is no object anymore. Only excellence. Alright, so... those and those, and a little of that. And because of buildings here, we have incredibly cheap global recruitment, right? Oh, practically free. Regular cost, 2k, you know, so we, yeah, but we'll just get... Iron Breakers, a Hammerer, a Doomseeker, a couple Giant Slayers... Why not just 3 Iron Breakers, right? And then, you know, a couple of cannon. Couple of Iron Drakes, and then we'll, you know, we'll get some heroes in his army to round it out. Obviously, a couple of Master Engineers would go real good here.
Ready to do the guild's bidding.
He needs a Runesmith also. Blood of Grungia. Well, you know, Hardy's even more attractive there.
A runesmith's beauty is never done.
And here, we'll get rid of one of those Slayers and... one of those, and then we've got room for, you know, a Dragon Slayer as well.
Dragon Slayer.
You know, we need a Dragon Slayer in an army like this with a normal lord. But it is enough to get Inquiring Mind from the jump, which is very nice, right? You know, we got the sealed hold here, but we're gonna have an army to defend it soon, and then Gromby will roll down and take this Karak away. It's in ruins. It isn't. And of course, we might have rats knocking on the door there before too long, but that is gonna be alright. Gromby can handle this whole incursion. If they get too much further in, like, they can't beat that garrison, so... A turn to recover, because that was a weak army that took over anyway. Yeah, we should be totally fine to get in there.
Doom Chaser. Come with. Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer. Come off. Not. My anger burns bright.
Alright, so everyone here's moved except Lund. We need to... Yeah, we need to go down here and get 2 armies going. We're not too worried about them getting into the cookie jar in this direction. And Karakadrin will recruit an army there, like... You know, in a turn. How will we do that? By getting this place... Well, we got Slayers through that, obviously. So then all we need is, well, we've got a red line building there, so a little bit. No, we got the artillery single turn anyway. Well, it looks like we're fine then. Yeah, we'll just build this.
Death Seeker. Dishonored.
The dead are thicker back.
Slayer. They up.
Alright. All of that is there. All of this is happening. I don't know why. Well, you know, it's fine, but...
I am the Slayer King. Dishonored. Another night still not dead. Doom's this way.
Rostro the Architect. Oh, this guy is very weak and level 4.
Quickly.
He is probably the minor faction who controls the stairs.
Don't stop till you're dead. We can hold this.
Oh. A Hearth of Valaya. Its divine warmth radiates a protective aura that counters the consuming force of chaos. It gives you -2 corruption and adds walls to the settlement. Adds walls, and then you get, yeah, nice. We have gained the notice of the Blood God. Hardly a good thing, but you know, surprising he ain't heard of us that much when you consider our accomplishments.
Greetings. You no doubt have a request, I'll hear it now. Sure.
Everyone's moved. I think these deeps are sorted. We don't need to worry about them. Yep. Alright. Wonderful. No, actually, you probably should have given it to Thoric, right? Because Angram already has the gate there. Oh well. Oh, we can give him the Bastion Stair. So once we move up, we can get him inside anyway. All of the dwarves can help conquer the Realm of Chaos. After all, everything used to be dwarves. Can be again. Castable the red is on the inside, so he either goes here to grab that, or he tries to go here, and we ambush him. Like, this army actually really needs a Slayer in it. Another Slayer in it. You know, as undwarfy it would be to run around with a bunch of lead belchers, running around with a bunch of lead belchers in these armies would, or just like 2 of them would be pretty sweet too. There's a lot of ogre units that would be cool. The hunter hero would be the coolest one. Alright, excellent. We somehow don't spend all the money. That makes me feel like we are neglecting something. And I was indeed. I was like, there's got to be... Like, they couldn't get there. No, they wouldn't get there. Kislev is trying to get to this ruin, but we will not let them do it. We're gonna get to that ruin first. And then, you know, well, we've got a lot of plans. They mostly concern the title card, but not all of them. 2,000 oath gold a turn now, which is just amazing, right? Because it means every turn, assuming you can generate the capability somewhere, which you probably can for, you know, hero cap, then, you know, you can fully outfit somebody in rares from the from the shop, and that's just awesome. Because although none of the armors are, you know, the armor of fortune, armor of fortune, they're still pretty decent, and a couple of the weapons are very nice, and you know, there's stuff in all the trees that are very good indeed. Yeah, we got spotted before we could do the ambush. Oh no, we'll drink to victory. Imric wants a trade agreement. A defensive alliance with Karaz Ankor? The High King has sanctioned this? We don't have any elven trinkets. I'm like, we don't need your stinking money, Imric. I mean, he's an elf. I don't know what Thorgrim's thinking. Signing a pact with an Elgi. 'Cause again, he's an Elgi. The grudge is not out of the book. What is the High King doing? Shameful. Shameful display. Like, looks like most of the orcs are still alive, but they're hardly doing well. But Grom, wherever he is doing very solid, and of course Grom is a fun little nut to crack. He can get a pretty high ward save depending. And if the AI ever gets the Sword of Khorne with Grom, or you do, it's Grom. It's like, you know, the Sword of Khorne's the best thing for everyone, but It's real good on a chariot like him. Because the way that his impact damage works, you just put like a Wayfarer's banner on him, it's the good stuff. If you go back in time, you can see a video of me as Grom fighting Ingrain Crisis Dwarf armies, basically with Grom, just running over them while our artillery, shot off of the back of giant spiders. Very cinematic.
What? There's a bag of rats. My doom may lie below. Something over there.
Yeah, so I don't think he's inside anymore.
A binding oath. Follow it. All that rock above feels grand.
Alright, so all of this is online. We we have what, 20 decrees now? Yeah, so all we have to do is find more places that we can put a deeps in, and then, more money, more money. We need to get an army here at Silver Pinnacle to satisfy this grudge. And who better than a Rune Lord? Skag Redax, will,
My anger burns bright.
and then we'll just... Yeah, it's free recruitment here too, that's right. Free recruitment for a lot of stuff, and deeply discounted for others. Yep, so there's that, and then global is still mainly tied up, but we will... What? I mean, iron... trolling torpedoes are good against undead. We'll get a Bugman's Ranger, and then, a couple of them. Again, it's free global recruitment for most things here, which is just hysterical. But that is what you get when you stack up all of the amazing abilities, right? Oh yeah, I'm like, no, the sealed tombs. Can we get over the wall? Yes. No. Thought we could.
Who are you? The Eye King? Keep up. Doom's awaiting. Me legs are only so long. All of
Oof. I think we really might have messed up there. Because now we're going to get caught in March. Oh, never mind. He's got like a normal army now. And when he goes into my land, he's not going to have all those Dreadquake batteries. Sure, he's super scary. He's got Eye Force Legion and Demon's Tongue and stuff. But fundamentally, with a whole bunch of Slayers, you know, we can just get on top of that. I forget now that, you know, now at the end of the war, these Chaos Dwarf armies are hardly the terrors that they once were. I mean, probably could have done that. Probably would have been a fun fight. We get a reward. What reward? Recruit rank for organ guns. Sure. We're going to go find the champion of Khorne here. This fight is... Yeah, Commando's coming. Oh, wow, yeah, they, I haven't been to the Realm of Khorne. It looks, fascinating, right? Mainly Tzeentch corruption there. You don't expect it. But I guess we just wait here, because if Kabanda wants to come in and fight, then we'll let him. Wow, that's, 6 Soul Grinders in Erdwall. Pretty scary. Or, a Khorne. Pretty scary. They only have a range of 138, though, so you just shoot them with cannons, and it's usually fine. Alright, so we've moved in the north and we're staying still in the north. Hargrim Ironforge, now after doing his pilgrimage, he's gonna go to the shrine of the Lady of Alaya at Carrick Doom and figure out what he needs to do now. You know, he's been seeking his doom as a slayer and it hasn't been working out. And what here we can get? Yeah. Well, no, let's get a Goblin Hewer, right? Let's get a Goblin Hewer. Now, do I often use them? Yeah, well, you know, if we're going to be fighting against vampires and Skaven, they'll be pretty good because they're going to have something that charges in and gets on us, and they're a good response team. Now, Grimgor is around, so we do have to, like, worry about him existing, but he's not strong, so... Yeah, and now these things, you know, you get a hammer for it. Now they're entirely free because we built enough of them. The buildings on the outside anyway, and then here we will continue making just a sound of money. Because when you take Zharr-Naggrund, due to the way that the deeps work with like cobwebbing other dwarf factions and they're with you, you make just an absolute ton of money for sharing places, although, you know, you don't get the commandments, so that's the thing, you know. but in just a turn or two, we're gonna move on the capital first, of course. One of the outskirts buildings falling to our friends would be, you know, fine, but we need the capital. You know, we gotta have that.
Relax. You're in cahoots with the boss.
He's like, relax, guy. Well, we do have a treaty with him. He has kept it, for his part. Like, do we need to make Grand Peak fortified? I don't think so. Yeah, no, this is... Having Karakadrin sealed is probably enough. Reason being just that... I mean, Vlad has other problems. We actually need to get in there and fight, or we're going to not be able to do that grudge. So there's a bunch of empty armies at Black Crag. And there's probably going to be just a poisonous amount of battlefield agents as we try to get into the 8 peaks. Oh my god. Look at this Grand Underway Junction. 5% upkeep for all armies Iron Breakers. 5 growth everywhere. I mean, growth everywhere doesn't matter now. I covet the landmarks.
For the wisdom of the layer.
Well. Alright. If Samai moves in here, I mean, I think we win anyway, right? Because we, sure, he's got a train in the Iceforge Legion, but moderately small flanking force, only himself, who has 55 missile resist and 35 fire, so if you have fire damage, don't try to hit him with it. Our guys are just regular dudes. You know, we can get a Dragon Slayer and a Demon Slayer and hit them. This army is very ad hoc, right? This is one we put together out of a box of scraps. This is our Iron Man army. Scally Cranbreaker put an army together and defeated the Dawi-Zharr with a box of scraps! Or whatever the line is. Move him up to 55 speed, yeah. So we're in March, and he's not, but he only has... He has 4 uses. Yeah, whatever, I don't care. I'm like, 4? No. Like, come on. I just don't... It's not fun. It's not fun dealing with that army ability. Dodging it at one time feels okay, but like, what do? If you see 4 of them, like, you just wait for 4 times 45 seconds? Nobody knows how long that is. That could be like 10 years. And frankly, I've only ever dodged them that one time in that one battle that we did earlier. It's not like I'm out here dodging Dreadquake batteries. I have to say, though, that both playing Malakai and playing Dwarves has got to be the best way to play on this map. No, I bet if you're playing, like, Chaos Dwarves, it would be an absolute party, too. Anyone whose economy can get outrageous. So, like, not having supply lines like Bretonnia or Chaos Dwarves, but, you know, Bretonnia doesn't benefit as much from, you know, ultra late game as Chaos Dwarves do. I mean, like, if you just get like a bunch of trains, there's basically not anything that can kill you. And he gets perfect vigor. Good, good, good. Hargrim Ironforge attempts to return home. And this guy, we're just gonna leave. You know, he's the guardian of the sea. We should, you know, we should make a Slayer pirate force to hold the ocean, right? We should. That's what we'll do. Like, Morgus Crimson's already, like, an established character in this, though, so we gotta... These are ones we've already had, maybe, and yeah, and these are the new ones, which is why we get them at level 15. Well... Alright, we've got Long Drong. We're still gonna get, you know... Ooh, expert charge defense. That's nice.
Dragon Slayer. Ready to do the guild's bidding. What can I do?
And then...
Demon Slayer.
Alright, so...
Now we wait.
First a ship or two. And air support. We don't have a Slayer pirate building here. That's super funny. Oh, there they are. Like 6 Slayer pirates? 6 is a good number. We can get like an Ironbreaker to anchor the middle.
To doom, then. Dishonored. Lord of Clan Morgrim. Casting the runes.
Because what we're all really doing is praying at the shrine of the lady for the blessing of the lady. But here, so like they've got all of this river to go across. This is our water, so we can, you know, the frozen sea, as long as it's not in the deep water. Yeah, we can go all the way up to like to here, you know, with the thing. But we can use that force and push across. Because you know, I don't think we can rely on Daniel to be useful against Kislev up here and move against them. We are, however, very pleased to be able to get Karaz Ankor into the realms once more. We're just making so much money, right? We spun up a couple new armies, which gives us a bunch less, you know, there. But the thing is that our trade is just getting astronomical as well. And I mean, it's nothing's ever slowing down, right? And Loon can just dive, because we know these fools don't have anything anymore. And there's Zhatan the Black. Sure, he's recruiting, but like I only think he can get like 15 units, right? You know, that's probably it. Because does he have... Oh, he doesn't even have the building that lets him have the... but yeah, so this is the building where he gives the battery to the... Okay. And adjacent reasons. Upgrades it to do 2 more projectiles, and then gets 2 more. Yeah, you know, I hate Zhatan the Black. And he drops a big old bomb into the garrison there.
Engineer. The best boots are Dawi made, of course.
And this chump Gorth the Cruel has just been like out here being silly. Getting attacked by allied heroes and such. Well, you know, you hate to see it for him. Such a proud crew, you know. And then we'll take this Karak, and then that'll be another great bulwark against them. Maybe Gromby will go out and start smashing stuff here, or I don't know. We got to do something with them. I mean, we don't have to. We can do anything we want, but raiding. Oh yeah, you know, but the thing, I guess that is the thing too, is I did say that earlier. I'm like, you know, I thought you were going to get visibility on the whole wastes, but you only get it on the middle. So like, people raid you and you're like, wait, what's happening? Whom? And then, of course, we're going to get just an absolute ton of capacity for everything there. The port, we can deeps the port now. We can defend it. And by the way, why don't we just go ahead and rename this place? Like a great trade port, you know, because that's really what it's for, right? Is for the great trading. And next turn, oh, next turn, we shall tear down the hated temple of Hashut. Hashut, Hashut. But we'll see what they can get.
If he wants it done right.
I'm like, this guy doesn't have a gyro yet. Yeah. I think, you know, among the things I love most about this mod is that it gives you, you know, a reason to play for a while, because, especially as, like, what I would consider a narrative-driven faction, like the dwarves, you know, they're, sure, there's the crunch and there's all the stuff you're doing and whatever, but really, playing dwarves is about the story, right? It's about... It's about retaking the realms, you know. It's about doing feats of great heroism. And, you know, righting the wrongs of the past. Oh. We get hit with mutagenic energies. Probably Zinch.
Dishonored. They up.
I'm like, well, let's just buy a couple, like they're... Yeah, we'll get a couple Dragon Slayer's boots. They can wear some little bootses. Give one of them Frostbite, one of them Perfect Vigor. Give these guys Iron Warden Shield, I think, is the thing to do in general. I mean, Gatekeeper's Helm is nice, you know, for a blob, but Iron Keeper's Helm, like, giving Missile Block and 10 melee defense chance is great, and then, you know, you get under 10% and then the ward save, so it's pretty good. 10 Missile Block's fine, you know.
Follow at your peril.
Yeah, so you get in perfect, you know, the hammer for them is good too, because Perfect Vigor is nice. Although the other stuff doesn't matter for them. Oh yeah, Logan Redmane, he needs some stuff. Why not a Hammer of a Gatekeeper? And that's the thing about late game dwarves too, is in other factions, okay, maybe you're doing what I'm doing here, you're having a great time, but you know, how do you keep up with it? You know, how do you stay above the rising of the tides? So here we can just put all the stuff on him.
To war. Our enemies shall tremble. What?
Wonderful stuff. And like, because we just so much oath gold, 2k a turn is amazing. It's just so good, because you often in late game hero ball oriented setups, you still have problems. You know, how do you pay for everything? You know, you sound boring when you talk about it. You know, how do you pay for it? What are you gonna do? But really, you pay for it with courage. Because we're making just an absolute ton of money now, and so even with 14 additional armies, right, the upkeep, because our upkeep is low from all the other stuff we're doing, we keep it low so the additional upkeep doesn't end up spiking it too much. And you know, at plus 90, obviously there's a whole lot we can do with our time, but these guys will pray at the shrine, and they'll pray at the shrine, and I imagine the shrine will tell all of them, hey, you know, good blessings, great tidings, I want you to go into the Chaos Waste and defeat the enemies of the dwarves. That's what I assume they'll say. Oh, Hugrim doesn't even have a proper weapon. What do we want to give him? The Dragon Slayer's axe? Well, that would be proper, but the Gatekeeper's hammer is just a thing I believe in. Being able to slow down your enemy is incredibly good. And, I mean, 10 defense is very nice, too. And Hugrim, of course, being totally juiced with 120 melee attack. You know, but he lacks damage reduction. Hardly a problem for a Slayer, but a problem for me. Alright, so I guess the thing is too with so we'll fight here, lightning strike the Tzeentch demons off, fight Kabanda, and then go back home, right? And then the Tzeentch demon, yeah, it will still take more damage. Alright, so how to do this? So Kabanda flies, the other ones don't. Minotaurs are very quick. They're 56, that's moderate quick. But without an air force, you know what that means. Yeah, we gotta shoot them. Finally, armies that are fun to fight. No, it's fun to fight Chaos Dwarves. It's just stressful knowing that it's a bad idea to do so. Anything that can do 8,000 damage to a unit of Iron Breakers from across the entire map in 1 second makes me feel a kind of way. So here we have a so the Blood God's domain is no joke, right? It is choke pointed. Yeah, I guess we just go all the way over here.
Demon Slayer! Fire traitors! From those Warhammer ranks, the clans unite! Cannon! We'll guard it!
Yeah, we just need to shoot Kabanda. These guys can just use their imagination. He's trying to dodge the fire, but, you know, that'll only go so far. And now we've got him locked into place. You know, it's a little tricky because he staggers. But we're still getting the damage in. But the good news is, we're gonna set them on fire, and these Chaos Knights of Khorne are having a time too. We're gonna just run away from them there. We Drake Firebomb a target that didn't really deserve it in terms of, you know, the value they have, but that's okay. Kabanda gets crunched. And then we'll just have everybody right here. Grape shot swap. Yes, reload after 3, my man. A spike into the Minos of Khorne. They go right in there. The grape shot peril. Alright, beautiful stuff. We crunch through most of the things that are there. Now it's time to swap to the real bullets again. Big ol' round shot. And you know they try to get through the seam here, and what do they get? More iron breakers. And of course, this is what the Air Force is supposed to be for, you know, for support once the lines meet. It's flanking you support, you know. I'm not much of a skirmish cav guy in this game. I'm like, that was the summon? I think it was. Caster's Scorn do get on top of the cannons. That's pretty rough, but not so bad. And of course, the other great thing is the way the global recruitment works. That gets you everywhere you want to be, you know, for stuff like this, where you're like, okay, now that I can get single turn recruitment slayers and cannons and quarters and stuff, now we can go anywhere in the world and absorb a large amount of losses in a single turn. I mean, premium stuff, thunder barges, you know, your organ guns and stuff. You still want to be a little precious about your iron breakers, what have you. But getting everything up to basically tier 3 in a single turn, I don't think we have single turn hammerers yet, but that wouldn't even be that tricky because you can get the hammerer building in, you know, a minor settlement. But I'm pretty sure if you have, like, all of the settlements, you can get, like, single-turn recruitment, like Thunder Barges, but you would need, like, 60 of the buildings, so, like, 60 majors. No, just 50 majors, yeah. Anyway, it probably wouldn't be reasonable.
Come with me if you want to die. Demon Slayer. Let
It's funny how much it's like a reprieve to fight a regular army that's strong. I mean, obviously, it's also nice because it's like, ha, they can't beat me. We're too good, you know, but...
Over there! Out of my way! Yes, laddie! Iron breakers! Dragon slayer! Draken drengi! There's nothing I can't fix! Kill them!
And we almost ate some of those cannon shots. You know, that's the thing. You don't want to be in the air in between the cannons and your guys. Although I'm constantly doing it. I'm like, let's get over here, right? Like, you can hit him all you want. He's a brave guy. He'll just drink it up. Goes down smooth. Yeah, this cockatrice is trying to get in all the way, so we're just going to light him up in the air here. We'll take a little bit of pink horror fire from the rear. That's not great, but we'll be okay. Big flank here. Because with the deep set cannons too, they try to flank the first cannon, and then the other cannons, they're ready for first cannon, but what about second cannon? Oh, this is a Chaos Sorcerer. Flying on a little disc. Well, he ain't flying no more. And then, they move in, they try to fire at your Thunder Barge, then you're just like, well, what if we were to fly away from it? Exposing you to cannon fire! And this is how come there's so many Demon Slayers in the world. And when they try to push through the flank there, oh boy. And at least we're immune to flanking, but our gyrocopter quick reaction force will put it to rights. We don't really have enough. They just decide to abandon the flank and push through to the rear line. It's alright. That's smart of them. Spawn a Zinch here, and there is that. A Slayer meets their doom. A Thunder Barge gets 3,500 value, just as planned. $2,000 value on the Slayer. no telling what our guys were hitting, but you know, it didn't really matter. They did. They were probably fighting like Forsaken or something. You know, the chilling aura though really makes a massive difference. They try to flank, you pop them a little bit, or even just slowing them, and then a lot easier to add up the pain.
Fight, die, revel in glory. Daemon Slayer. Quick! Let us find our deaths.
And we defeated that minor Khorne dude.
Does a win count if I'm still alive? My throng seeks only death.
And we'll just wait a turn or two there, get our guys up, and you know, be ready for more pain in the realms of Khorne soon enough. But we do get the reward. Reload time reduction 25% for these, so it's very strong indeed. And 25% reload time reduction is more than 25% more damage out of an artillery piece, right? Because a lot of times, if you're me, you're not going to be defending your artillery very well, right? So by firing sooner, you know, that 25% might end up being a lot better than you think, because what if you're only going to shoot 5 times? Well, now you could do maybe 7 before they get on you, and that might be enough to, you know, make a difference. And if you defend them the whole time, then it's just pure delightful gravy that makes you, you know, an absolute gentleman. Distributing a fair number of skills around before
Dragon Slayer.
this guy gets to level 50. Good job, Stag. This guy gets to level 50. Good job, Kragdringer. They have all but 1 point possible in the tree, so I guess we should just be autoing these Master Engineers once we get the points that we want the most. This guy, Scully, gets to Grimnir's heirs. We get this dude up. Plenty of levels to go around. All right.
What do you want?
And that will be the turn, and that will be the turn. We have a lot of money left over. Hardly like that. Let's get another army rolling, shall we? Gorzen Copperpot, he can hold the line here at the Causeway of Zharr. After all, we don't want Grimgor getting any ideas, because we'll want to move up here, and you know, we'll take. Right. And of course, Jemek Copperpot is here. He's related to Gorzin Copperpot. He's the Thane that's out scouting, you know. Man, I have never had such a good time in a campaign.
Good timing. Did you pass the...
What if I need to aggression you, Golg? What if I need to aggress? They always want a pact. No. I mean, really, it's like the real world, you know. You do like a friendly nod. The non-aggression pact is the friendly nod, you know. It's not an up nod like hey what's up, man, you know. It's a downward nod. It's way different than an up nod, which is like a military access pact. It's like the difference between someone knocking on the window of your car and you being like, what? And being like, oh, I didn't want you to knock on the window of my car, but you're my friend. Now I see that you're here. I'm gonna talk to you. Anyway, Golg, keep to your own side of the mountains, sir. No, he's been fighting Skaven the whole time. It's probably why Thorgrim's doing so all right. But, you know, it probably has a large thing to do with me distracting Zhatan the Black, because, look, if we didn't stop him, he would have gobbled up Ungrim ages ago. He would have beaten me ages ago. He would have owned everything in the whole world. And then, to save on postage, we would have restarted the game. Been very sad. But thankfully, Okri Burnbright, the Rune Lord of the Mountain of Doom, with, I mean, huge amounts of bravery from many, many armies and many, many heroes. This is a great campaign. Because we have, like, our flagship army, which has preposterous power with Gotrek Felix and Ulrika and Max and such. But then, you know, we've got Garagrim and Snorri just like... Well, no, I mean, just like, they were in the armies that went to slay Archaon, right? And to deal with Sayl once and for all. So it was hardly like we weren't sending them somewhere that was important. They just, you know, I wanted more of a broad set in my main army. Long Drong gets the blessing of the lady. Woohoo!
Trained to speed us up, be inspired by a slayer. Thirsts for war. Master of runecraft.
Yeah, because these, when we moved back into the World's Edge Mountains there, we really moved in, didn't we? Fallen King Mountain. This is a little forward? No, it isn't. We'll deeps it. We need to deep Scrum Peak. Oh, well, it's going to be tier 5 in a turn. We'll do it then. Awesome. We, now our additional upkeep is 56% more, but, you know, our army upkeep is still just 50. We were keeping it around that number by, you know, clever use of game mechanics. Alright, here we want, what? A hammerer. You know, I actually don't believe in the brimstone gun. I'm like, I feel like, although it's fine, you know, it doesn't have firewall moving. Another gyro bomber would just do better there, right? It would. Alright, yes. Fight like a slayer, die like a slayer. Couldn't agree more, buddy. Could not agree more. Lute's Blackbeard is here, and of course, totally tuned up.
Demon Slayer. I hope we're up. Don't stop till you're dead. Everything was dwarven once. This is it again.
And all of these holds by being close to the dwarves, you know, it's when you finally re-link the realms, you know, that's the thing, is the dwarves all have rough starting spots, and you know, you do have to overcome the travails of them. But man, oh man, when you get rolling, I mean, look at this, you know, we're 150k a turn in income, right? 40,000 just from trade.
Malakai Makaisson.
And now it is time, oh, at long last,
Here die.
to pierce the heart of Zharr-Naggrund.
Orula. Right.
It's probably like just a normal city. We're gonna do the fight, right? Obviously, we're gonna do the fight. This is, it's not gonna be like an epic one, but this is what it's all about. We'll take some dreadquakes. This is what it's all about, though. This is. And maybe it's a unique map. It'd be pretty funny if, like, the final battle of it is just, like, a normal seeming one, and, like, the gates were the big ones. But, you know, you only besiege Zharr-Naggrund in the old world one time every 100 hours or so, so. Well, it is awesome, right? Oh, wow, yeah, this is a sick battle map. The Forges of Ashut. Beautifully decorated, right? Just wonderful. And certainly a great sense of the scale, right? Yeah, because it's immense. Like, that's a big map to walk through, and then, you know, we get here, and then the Temple of Ashut there at the cap there with the, awesome. Well, let's get to it.
For the Karaz Ankor. Iron breakers. No. We demand blood.
Alright, we have 500 range now on those. I remember. Much more of a window than we're used to. And we just charge the gate here. The Bell-Taurus tries to get out. We're gonna... We're gonna try to magic missile it with Searing Orbs. We'll see if it works. Well, you know, it does a huge nuke on him. And the Thunder Parch just goes to Spirit. Beautiful. Beautiful. I'm like, oh, we're just blowing holes in walls. That's alright. By the time we get the gate open... The Spirit of Grungi comes in overhead. And of course, they've got like Fireborn here on Ulrika. She didn't care over much about it. And of course, Blinded is just such a crazy ability to be able to get on. Malakai, what's beating on you? Oh, these guys. Like, Max is in here. He's fine, though. He feels okay.
Witness the power of Hitch. I command the spirit of Grungi. Let's see how this goes.
I'm like, what happened? Oh, right. Army abilities. Well, that's most of our guys getting killed over here by the army abilities. Let's get inside. No, they're gonna army loss before we can get into the city proper. Such is life. And there we have it. The fall of Zharr-Naggrund. See, this is a fight you want to do if they have like 4 stacks inside. Like, it's a huge map. And I'm just thinking, like, dude, imagine how fun it would be to hold it. None at all. This is the classic Chaos Dwarf map, right? Maybe it is always Zharr-Naggrund, but it's definitely other ones. Because you can set up guys here, and then when they are like artillery here, and then they breach the wall, they're still inside. You know, you can shoot them here, rotate here, but there's a lot of ways into this central area. We just went in the front, but you know, there's a lot of ways in. And man, oh man, will it be nice to fight people who just, like, get a 3 army with a Wa, or who, you know, just do a Sword of Khorne very rarely, because, jeez Louise, I will be pleased to see the end of these Dreadquake mortars. The battery of them.
A sport of dwarven duel. Malakai Makaisson.
And there we are. Of course, we have to get to tier 5 to be able to do the thing, but if we just take a couple more of these places, then we will be able to...
I hope we're outnumbered. Die.
get it up in no time.
Take it for the High King.
Yeah, if we just take one of these 2 other ones, then we'll get it.
All right.
Alright, wonderful. Just wonderful. We've done it. Long Drawn gains the blessing of the lady. And in just a few turns, he'll be ready to go and patrol the sea.
More means to kill. They up.
I'm like, I guess, I'm like, they don't have one to give. Yeah, see, Slayer pirates need more ammo through someplace in the tree, and they don't get it, you know? It's too bad.
Gonna need a rememberer for this. Daemon Slayer. Out in the open. I suppose so. As long as we walk. Demon
Hugram has won his thing. We're getting his online. This guy becomes Ultra Mentor.
to doom then.
So he gets 2 more points. Well, we could get Ancestral Grudge, or we could get Hard to Hit. But I mean, yeah, more damage, always the way to go. If only they had primary armor piercing, right? Because a Dragon Slayer with 250 less listed weapon strength, I mean, he lacks the... No, but the same amount of weapon strength. You know, has primary armor piercing. You know, it's basically more than double as much armor piercing on a Dragon Slayer. They're just much better at dealing with problems. But Demon Slayers do have magic attacks, which does make up for it against demons, which, of course, are not armored very often and are always physically resistant. "33 High King decrees. Lud Thunderstone doing fine. Scally's out here. I doubt Lutza will come and fight him, but if he does, we'll just beat him in the auto, I imagine.
Demon Slayer.
Yeah, so Zhatan can only get 10 units a turn in recruiting now. Pathetic. But here we doom the entire army.
Come with me if you want to die. What? We can hold this. The clan honor.
Look, we took the oath, right? The thing is, though, is he's probably going to go right there like the turn after this, but...
If he wants it done right. We sharpen our own axes here. Dishonored.
He's got 3 Thanes.
Ready to do the guild's bidding. Time for a reckoning.
We'll trade a couple of the heroes around over there.
Master of Runecraft.
This guy's just taking attrition because of some nonsense, but we'll, yeah, he'll be fine to go. We need a little bit more of a front line of that army. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, man, that's a lot of a back line, ain't it? A couple more Slayers will help.
Ready to do the guild's bidding. Be gone. Get those cannons moving.
And we'll recruit a Thane here and send him over. Ooh, magic attack Thane.
It is time. Hone your skills, Dawi. Moving out.
Because, like, this army's not scared of a Skaven ambush, right? I mean, sure, it would hurt there, but we would just turn around and smash them. I mean, Grombrindle is the White Dwarf. The White Dwarf. He's not like these other fools. He's got armor. He's shielded, and he hits like a Slayer. He acts like a Slayer, but he ain't one. He's got 160 armor. He's like Ungrim, right? He's not like Ungrim. He's very different. But they do a similar thing on the battlefield, which is not die, be a massive headache, make you miserable, make you question your choices, and in all other ways show you that, you know, there's got to be a better way than to face against the strength of the Dwarven nation. We've taken Zharr-Naggrund. It feels so good. Alright, I guess we end the turn. We've got, I think that's everything, yeah.
bane of demons.
And these guys are making the pilgrimage back home, and then they will, you know, because we've got a lot of armies that aren't really doing much right now, which is fine. You know, I don't mind. But it is funny that we can get away with it. Wait, no, we were doing the deep seer once we get the growth. That's right. But that's the point of the income, right? You know, we spin up a whole army for less than you would pay for half of an army back in the day. Because we keep them around 4K. It's just, you know, across the armies is more expensive, but these are 282 cost iron breakers. That's basically free. Oh, Greasus is raiding me at the test site. Well, guess we'll have a Greasus war before too long, huh? And Dwarf never forgets.
You great big idiot. What the?
Like, you're raiding me, Greasus. You thought I was going to be okay with that? You're cut off from the Dawi.
Don't stop till you're dead.
Reichland. The computer has to think super hard when it's Reichland's turn to play. The amazing thing, of course, is that our efforts to make Ungrim's faction, like, survive totally worked, you know? And now he's the Lord of the Chaos Waste. Obviously, I've got Karakadrin. He can't go back. Can't go back. And then we'll have a quick mop-up of the Slaves of Zharr there, where we, you know, smash the enemy.
Quickest way through is down. There be demons.
Yeah, because we have the stair. This is ours.
What?
Laser servant of blood. Well, you know, before too long, we'll have we'll have our own servants of blood there, right?
Right. Follow it. Yep. I do not think so.
Yeah, it's like this crazy army ability, but it's just like all it does is make one thing a lot better at fighting, you know. for 2 minutes. I mean, it's pretty good. Level the things, and Grombrindle retakes Karaz Ankor. And we retake the Karak. The Delved Heights are taken, and of course now we just need, well, of course, to take Zufbar and this away from Elspeth. You know, we'll work on it.
Dishonored. Is their doom or mine? Chasm, 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 ah! Slayer. Death Seeker. What? Doom Chaser. Die gloriously. Whose will get stuck na back. Turia.
So we get all of this. Here we can, yeah, we'll just hold on to the growth for a second till we get to tier 5 off of this hold. Yep, and then we will crunch Grimgore. We'll just move a few armies at him. He won't be able to do much.
It is time. Grease those axles. That's why.
Because, yeah, he only has this area and one more, so his next army, you know, that he puts together, it's hardly going to be at the quality of the ones he was.
What?
And now, you know, we just continue having more than anyone ever needs. But that's okay. And then before too long, we'll just need to be snapping up the remaining greenskins that are here, popping Gorth the Cruel, and so on.
Quickly. Let us find our depths. Bane of demons.
And there we go. Zharr-Naggrund get to tier 5. We'll be able to put the deeps in. We'll be able to get the landmark and the landmark deeps. Of course, you get special deeps there.
Follow at your peril.
Alright, so if we trade him Drekagor, then we'll have him on this whole star. Yeah, man. What a way to be. This is awesome.
You seek the favor of Iron Peak. I'm listening. Aye!
Now Gorth the Cruel will either come at us or go at him, whichever, because he's been hanging out there for an extended period of time. I think he hiccuped and lost sight of what his objectives in the world were.
Let us begin.
So we're all set here, and Logan Redmane
Axe thirst.
doesn't have to just stand in the breach here. Another Master Engineer would be nice, though. 2 in every army, at least, you know.
Artillery train to speed us up.
What an army. What an army. Deep Still finish ere too long, and of course the additional upkeep keeps on creeping upon us, but that won't work forever, you know. They will have to see things my way. You'll see. You'll all see. The deeps are what we want to do there. Alright, alright.
Death Seeker. Aye. Slayer.
Yeah, you know, he's got to get us in, but I imagine what he has access to is going to be pretty pathetic compared to our armies. We'll just have an army here, and, you know, we'll keep him. He'll be locked in there. And then when this force gets ready, we'll move down against him. Of course, we'll have this, and then these armies are going to move against Grimgor there. We'll want another army first over here. And of course the ooh, ward save for hammers. It's actually kind of cool. But you know, Maurice Grimson has now recovered, and he wants to brawl again. He is embarrassed that he lived. You know, you don't want to get in the way of a Slayer's doom. They get real personal about it. Cannons. Gyro, no, not gyro. So we get gyros there, but we'll just go, what? Doomseeker, triple giant slayer, yeah. Grimgor, you know, Grimgor's not like a chump, but his faction is incredibly weak. So whenever we do, like, set to deal with him, if we just send 2 armies, we can be confident that they'll be able to deal, you know, no matter what it happens to be that we're facing.
I'll cast the runes. So be it. Strengthen the shield wall. For the wisdom of Valea. Dragon Slayer. Aye. Bakras.
Oh, Clan Rictus. I'm like, Tret is alive? I'm like, I thought it was the Nagashazar guys, but yeah, I guess Tret is alive, you know. Man, Golg is going for 8 peaks. You hate to see it. We got to get in there, because if somebody else takes them first, then we do have to fight them for it. No, as messy as fighting the Empire might be, and as messy as every faction in the game can be, after dealing with in-game crisis-level Chaos Dwarves, for they were at that level, you know, you hardly are going to be afraid of any of these fools ever again. And of course, we become fantastically wealthy, in addition to fantastically strong. And really, we just want to make sure that when we start this war, we begin up here so that they don't get out and, like, get to do anything cool, you know, before we crunch them. Oh, look! We're actually going to get the Age of Reckoning. Zhatan is not quite yet. Look, though, we're going to do it. We're totally going to get the Age of Reckoning. I can scarcely believe it. We're going to get Nollengrom. That is very cool. But no, he is not quite dead. He is down to 2 settlements. He's got one here, a minor one. We fought him here. We had to put this army back together again. And then we've got another army here. But, you know, he's in here. This is a minor settlement, so we're not too worried about what he can do. And then, yeah, we just swapped up here. So he's got 2 settlements. The heart of Zharr-Naggrund is, of course, ours. Gorth the Cruel is going to die next turn because he's probably going to get attacked by these dudes. He's just sitting there, and, you know, they don't care about him.
Leave it to me.
And another news. Look! Longdrong! He got the blessing of the lady. We've got everybody at home, you know, encamped and praying. And, you know, here in a second, we're going to send them off into the world once we tweak their armies a little bit, maybe, and see what's going on. Karaz Ankor has fallen to the Skaven, terrible, and then got right into my hands. Great. And, yeah, you know, everything is on the up and up. Our income is, of course, amazing. We have 16 armies for an increase of 60% army upkeep. You barely feel a thing. And then, you know, we'll snap up these orcs, and we'll snap up Grimgor, and then we'll probably kill these ogres. Because we broke our trade pact with him a bit ago. He's been raiding my land, and maybe it's because we don't have an alliance, and maybe if we did, he wouldn't, but he's been raiding my land. The rocket test site, which is a place I want to be healthy, being raided by him. But everything's good there, everywhere on the map, here and here and here. That one's spooling up, and we've got that, and these guys are getting the blessings. We got there, and Longdrong's gonna come here and patrol the sea, you know, trim the grass over there, get some stuff done. He already got his blessing of the lady. Very nice. The Lady of the Ocean, no doubt. And then Hugrim Silverhorn is moving into the Realms of Khorne. We fought a couple guys here. We fought that Khornate army, so now our organ guns are 25% better. Not that this army has any. And we've gotten to single-turn recruitment for Slayers, everything in basic redline. So single-turn, Longbeards, Quarrelers, Slayers, Cannons, Gyrocopters. You know, not like, you know, hammerers and iron breakers, and Thunderbar just single turn global, but single turn global to put together an army again out of you know, we have like 12 slots or whatever, so, you know, cannons, gyros, longbeards, quarrelers, slayers, you could put together a whole army again every turn. And I'm not bored. Not even a little bit. We're just gonna forge some of these hammers real quick. And then tankards. I guess this Ironbeard's ring, situationally, like, depending on who you're fighting, would be really extraordinary, right? Because 50% fire resist, I mean, we've already seen several times how nuts fire resist can be. So, you know, if you're fighting, like, Khorne, and you're like, oh, don't all these Bloodthirsters do fire attacks? You just throw that on, suddenly that's a 50% ward save, functionally. You know, if you're fighting the Chaos Dwarves, and you're like, man, how do I deal with all of these, you know, things? Yeah. Next, we're going to use the Ogres all around. Yeah, you know, because Golg is Ascendant, Skrag is Strength Rank 1, and Greasus is here, you know. Clearly, it's unacceptable if anybody else has 8 peaks at all. The Empire we'd be able to bash and then peace out with, you know. Like, do we trade with them? I mean, we don't need to. Minor guy for land cleanup, Greasus for raiding, Gold for revenge. Exactly. Because again, like, how dare he break in and just drink up the whole stash of Bugmans, right? And he's living in it. Drinking my brews. I just, like, man, I love this Belegar army, right? It's so heavy metal. Because you got to imagine, like, greenskins, like, what are you doing against it? I mean, you can run over with chariots. Spiders do good again. I mean, there's plenty of answers. But, I mean, shielded elite hammerers are freaking sweet. Now, this is an army I would build. No heroes in it, though.
Slayer, I have the forge fires glowing.
Alright, is that everything for the turn? I've been really talking a lot at the end of it. Yes, yes, that is everything. We've done everything there, and there, and there, and there, and there, and there. Man, I'm just chuffed about where this campaign is at, right? Because now, finally, you know, we've turned the corner, 150 turns in. Now it's like, it really feels like we've reestablished Dwarfkind, right? Like, not just, like, in the abstract sense, but, like, we've taken Zharr-Naggrund. Like, it is a huge and rich city, and we're going to split it with Thoric. And maybe eventually a little bit of Ungrim, right? Because we have the war with Dusty, and then we'll be able to trade that to Ungrim, get him some of the city, you know, for some great wealth as well. Military access, Skrag? Oh, I don't think so. But speaking of outrageous stuff, did you know who's in a defensive alliance with Emmerich? Thorgrim, called the Grudge Bearer. I looked at the book, he's still in it. Better go store all of Thorgrim's hammers. Yeah. He's like, give me 20 good hammerers. And I will stop the forces of Stannis Baratheon. I mean, sorry, Skarsnik. I'm always making this mistake. I've also determined the problem with Slayer pirates is that they get the same red line buffs as regular Slayers do. That's abstractly okay, right? But they don't double dip in any of the other trees, so they don't get more ammo or reload or weapon strength or anything. You know, their guns stay the same amount of good the whole time, and they get better at being Slayers. But like, that's not the point of Slayer pirates, right? You could just take a Slayer. I want him to get shootier. But obviously, if we just have a bunch of engineers, then we can restock the Slayer. No, I mean, cannons are very piratey, too. Long Drong's army, I think we got like 8 Slayer pirates in it. Maybe it's just 6, but, you know, it's very piratey. And I love a firewall shooting flank guarder with AP, right? It's just... Okay. We have defeated the hated guys. We've satisfied the grudge, and we get the rune braces of Skavor. Which is a massive heal. So you get one of their artifacts, I guess. This is not the one I would want the most, but, you know, we take what we get. Because this is very good indeed, right? Sell him land to make it break the deals. Ah, right. Brutal business is activated. This is fine for us, actually. We're not fighting anybody. But yeah, underway passages open. But I thought we had to... Oh, the Legion of Asgore got taken out in the last couple turns. Well, yeah, they were on the back foot anyway. So yeah. We do indeed satisfy the grudge. And just in time, you know, because we're gonna have the Nolan age. It's very cool, right? It's very cool.
Greatest inventor. What?
Now we just have to decide who we want to give that artifact to, right? We'll brainstorm a bit on it. Because Gotrek and Felix... We don't need it in Gotrek and Felix's army because they already have healing, right? But maybe Lun, right? You know, Lun's been wearing the star metal plate, though, so... You know, do we really want to take away, like, the famed star metal plate? I mean, maybe, because... I mean, these are pretty sweet, too. And it'll put him to a point where he'll be at... It'll put him to 60% physical resist. For a total... Because 90% is the reduction cap, right? So it'll put him at a point where... If they don't have, like, magic missiles, he'll just run at them. I do like that. Yeah, the runic braces of Skavor. Because Lune Thunderstone, this is like, you know... That's one of the principal guys, but I guess we can... So now we can just... Oh, right, because it's open. Now, when we need to go to war with Greasus, once we get our blessings of the lady... We can recruit at Carrick Doom, get the blessings of the lady on the heroes, and then send them through the world like an underway would. Amazing. Is there not one at Zharr-Naggrund, though? No, it's the Karak of the Karak and the Karak and the Karak. It's just the 4. Yep. Uskalak, yeah. So you don't get one at Zharr-Naggrund. Even though it would be pretty cool if I did. Alright, so here...
The ancestors agree.
We just need to tidy this up, so... Well, now that this is open... Well, I guess, like, to go to Uskalak, it would probably take, like, a couple of turns to go in the underway. Anyway, let's do it anyway. Karakazorn? Yeah. You get Karakazorn, Carrick Vrag, Uskalak, and Carrick Doom. Which, like, Uskalak and Carrick Doom, you know, like, they're really quite close together, aren't they? They're closer together on this map than they are in Immortal Empires because of the way the underway is. You can probably get there in 3 turns underway. Well, no, they're probably the same distance. But...
Dishonored. What do you want? What to Doom, then?
Alright, these are like the original Brimstone guns, but I don't believe in Brimstone guns.
Is yet to come. Fight like a slayer, die like a slayer. Doom chaser. Follow at your
And Hargrim Ironforge will receive the Star Metal Plate. And we're just going to go through real quick and put armor on people that don't have it. That's basically why we grabbed all this stuff. Good, good, good. No grudges, lies. You just gotta retire. You know, like... It's very Alexander Weeping, right? It's very, very Alexander Weeping.
My fury cannot be harnessed. By my... Chasm! Ah! Tankers aloft. Now through to Aye.
And we just hang out here on the stairs, waiting for somebody else to arrive. One of these armies will have to go, of course. Perhaps the Burn Brights. Well, no, Gemic Iron. This is the army with Snorri and Garagrim. And so much the better, honestly, that they get to cast their own story separate from Gotrek and Felix here, right? Because we know from a lot of discussions in the game that Slayers are kind of jealous of how famous Gotrek is compared to them. When when I say kind, they're incredibly jealous about it. They are the saltiest boys. They want to be the famous boy. They are very, very bitter that everybody knows who Gotrek is. They are bitter that he's got a sick human poet writing for him, but they can't say so because it's embarrassing. It embarrasses them to admit that they want everybody to talk about them for being great. But that's like the Slayer problem, right? You know, you took the oath, but you still, like, you don't want anybody else to kill the giant. You want to be the guy. You want to be the guy. Humility is not a part of being a Slayer, right? Karaz Ankor we have taken. So what do we do now with Gromby? Do we strike out a bit? I mean, we could just get a different army to hold the line, obviously. Which, once we deal with the Silver Pinnacle army, Skag Red X will be able to go out into the world and do whatever it is that he does. What? What is juicing their attacks? Oh, brutal business. I'm like, 87? I mean, pretty sick. Even knowing what it's from, it's still pretty cool. Do we want, like, archers here?
Lord of Clan Margaret.
Yeah, but we already started deepening up like the Gates of Zharr and everything.
Doom Chaser. Mad to follow Slayer.
Really want to take on this, yeah, because those autos too good. Too good, because like even when they took Karaz Ankor, they starved it out. They did the old Azag the Slaughterer thing. Because look at how she's doing, right? We just give her just one little foothold, but you know maybe Daniel will maybe he'll get Carrick Flag, right?
Time for a reckoning. Aye, grudges will be settled.
We can move that army up to respond to it if it does happen. And at the very least to, you know, hide over here by Carrick Peak, because we would like them to get inside.
Cafe, they look Draken.
We'll get this Bibulus Lord. I think they all have expert charge defense, yeah. Bibulus giving mass and expert charge defense is not so good when you already have expert charge defense. Strong's pretty good. Yeah, we'll take strong. We're not gonna have that many hammers. Because of course, free global recruitment for Slayers as well, depending on like if you're in one of your places with the deeps, it's free recruitment for almost everything globally, and you pay nothing to recruit, and of course, once we get a free army, then it'll be 100% free. All right, so we got, oh yeah, and somehow we've got 3-turn global thunder barges here. I don't know what's up with that. It shouldn't be reduced to that much. Maybe there's some deeps building that interacts in a way that I don't know. But because if you're going to give me 2-turn giant slayers, we're not using regular slayers anymore, right? then we'll recruit a hardy Dragon Slayer. And a quick thing, your runesmith, and of course a nice little engineer.
What can I do? Aye, it is time. Restores axles. Doom. Follow me. Where you at? Got him.
And once we get the deeps going in Zharr-Naggrund, because there's the one where if you have the public order and you're around the other dwarves, you get +1 to all your hero caps. So it's... I love this campaign so much. It's just the greatest campaign ever. Alright, so we need to deal with Dusty.
The past is the past.
We can take like a turn or two to set it up, because we don't want it to be messy. We've got this army here coming in, and we'll be able to... Well, no, we've got crazy global recruitment here too, so I guess we'll...
Who calls me?
Get a Thunder Barge for him, right? But maybe it's like you get enough buildings and it cuts it in half? I don't know.
It is time
Doesn't sound right.
for my oath. Slayer, my doom. Doom's this way. I'm ready. Lord of Clan Morgrim. What?
Wonderful stuff, and we just got like all of our dudes, you know, at the main place praying for a blessing and, you know, fixing their armies up a little bit. Okri has miners in his army. What? I mean, that actually makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Get another Thunder Barge here. Trade the copters for bombers.
Slayer, bane of demons. To doom, then. Who's man enough to follow me? Moving exposed. What? Death Seeker.
Alright, alright. Okay, I think all these deeps are active, and we'll just wait a turn for that one. Yeah, wonderful. Everything is coming up Millhouse. We are rich as anything. We've got passages open. Oh, they instantly travel across the map through the underway, but then there's a cooldown for traveling. Got it. Alright, we're recruiting. That's why that one couldn't go. I'm like, there's got to be some reason. But yeah, but that's what's going on there. And we are here, and you know, if the Blood God wants to keep on sending champions to us, well, Hungrim will keep on knocking them down. He's not exactly impressed with the quality of work that we've been getting so far. Speaking of the quality of work, let's just go ahead and grab a couple other hammers while we're thinking about it. Just like, man, Gatekeeper's Helm and like with the spell resist, with all the stacked stuff, get Belegar, you can get some very hardy troops, right? Get Ratcatcher, oh, you know, dazed, fine.
Wants it done right.
Yeah, so we'll get him the shield, and we'll get him Morgus Grimson with the Miner's Helm. I mean, I guess it's armor, but... See, this is a Dwarf Lord, right? Gatekeeper's Hammer, Gatekeeper's Belt, Gatekeeper's Helm, Old Guard's Tankard, Frosty Attacks, 175 armor. Come at him. Oh, we've already got one on. I'm like, why can't it let me click on it? Anyway. Oh no, what have I done? Oh, when you hit enter, you end the turn. That's right. Magic's Friends, indeed. You know, spell resist, that's what a gentleman gets. Because you get that Sayl trait for 20, which is so much, and then a rune smith in the army, you know, you get that 10 there, that's 30 on top of what you already get. Pretty soon you're talking real money, you know. And honestly, I legitimately look forward to fighting Skaven and seeing Warp Lightning just dissipate on a bunch of Iron Breakers and me go, you thought you were going to do magic. You know, 150 turns, we satisfy the grudge. We're going to get the Nolan notification now, which would let us get, you know, pretty cool units. The grudge settler Iron Drake or Iron Trollhammer torpedoes, like they're like Iron Drakes, but you get them in the air. Pretty good indeed. They don't get fire while moving, of course, but if you have them like in the back line of your stuff, that's like, you know, trying to sit there, there's a whole lot of problems that they just delete. They're amazing against vampires, of course, where unlike Chaos Dwarves, where you get missile resistance and fire resist on their monsters, you just get fire weakness on the monsters, which is, you know, a very different proposition, isn't it? Oh, Troller, Gyro, they have minor friendly fire on. Yeah. You know, but that's the thing. If we have them in Malakai's army, then once we clear a little bit around the hero blob, them as fire support is hysterical. Because you just pull them over to the side, you know. Any gyro fire support, once it's safe, is amazing, right? Because then they're just in the air. But it's easier for me to deal, you know, Skaven, whatever, like, when their answer to gyros is shooting them, you can run away. But when their answer to gyros is putting like a dragon on them, it's a little trickier. Boom, baby! The age of reckoning is upon us. That guy gets his assassin training. Good for him. But yeah, there we go. And this guy is the Grudge Settler army, that's right. It comes with 10 instead of the 5. You can't trade into it, right? Yeah, it's just... It doesn't regen, it just does its thing. Well, you know, that's pretty cool. And what is more grudging than the presence of... these greenskins.
For the wisdom of Valea. Look his way through his town, as long as we walk. Slayer. Ready to do the guild's bidding. Better wheels, lad. Dragon Slayer. Slayer.
Cunning is actually a great mod to get on him because the defense chance is great, stacks with other things, and then, you know, poison attacks is very tricky to actually get for the dwarves. So you get that, you know, and then poison plus the other ways of slowing them down is pretty nice. Just, you know, there's besides the cunning trait and there might be an item that you get, but I don't know. But yeah, besides the cunning trait, it's basically just you got like the one banner you get to be able to give a Slayer poison, so it's very nice. And he'll be able to move out in a couple of turns there, and we'll just...
Follow him. There be demons all that rock above feels grand. Be done. An artillery train to speed us up.
Agreed. I've
Come witness my
due.
For the wisdom of Valea. To war. Dude. Armed and ready. My anger burns bright.
And there, we're just trying to get hero recruitment there, and, you know, more Thanes is good. You know, a Thane in every army wouldn't go amiss. They're very nice to stand in the front and get shot at. And, you know, they do other stuff too. Yeah, that's right. You get, like, growth from the deeps, I think. Yeah. Army's getting cheaper all the time, because now... yeah, the army upkeep is 55k, right? But 22 of that is from them costing more. You might be thinking, why are you saying like it's good? Well, it's good because that means we're successful. We got these little deeps here. Yeah. 3 turns to build a Thunder Barge building for 3,500 coins. Decent.
Summon me if you dare, Death Seeker. Madra. Leave it to me. Master of Runecraft. Demon Slayer.
We just want these guys to grab the trait or whatever, and then we'll send them on. Also, you know, they can get some experience. It might get to the point where we're just recruiting everyone we can and sending them to the Blessing of the Lady place. Because, of course, you know, you don't get one every turn, but, you know, these armies are about to...
Right. We sharpen our own axes here. Bane of demons. Fight like a slayer. Die like a slayer.
about to be ready to do all sorts of stuff. Because that's 4 armies that are just chilling.
To do, then.
But... you know.
Troll that makes the sturdiest crest I find.
Ungrim's at the wall. We'll come in here
I hope we're up.
and grab the Wrathgate. I mean, it would just be a, you know, it's a siege. What are you gonna do?
Hold this.
And now we're an honored guest in the Blood God's domain. We'll lose that soon, I'm sure. But here, like, holding Wrathgate, like, when we have this, they're not ever going to be able to get down here, right? Let's just give the stair to Thoric.
To the halls of my ancestors. For Grungni.
Now he'll, and then we'll give this away eventually to him and get in, because now the Blood Rift has fallen again, you know, because he keeps on coming out that way. But we'll get up in here, and, you know, Skulltaker, he's going to have a terrible time. I mean, he'll be fine himself, but he won't like what happens when I look at him. We'll just shoot him with a lot of cannons. It'll probably work. 2-turn global organ guns now. We're all the way online. Now we can globally recruit as if we're in the area. And for some things, you know, eventually. Well, you know, not like the Iron Drakes, but the other stuff. We got our little Hearth of Valaya. You know, it gives negative corruption. And walls, you know. Add walls to the settlement is good. And the chaos, I think the corruption, you know, I think the corruption is manageable. Like, I don't think it just gets, like, 20 corruption for existing, but you get blood god attrition, so, you know, there's that. And Hugrim Silverhorn becomes mentor. And joins the ranks of level 50 bros. Alright, doing well up there. Looks like a minor Chaos Lord is down here. Hopefully, you know, that's the thing. Like, the Chaos Wastes are subjugated, but the Realm of Khorne is still there, so obviously we've got to... that we are beloved of the Blood God, naturally, but obviously we'll lose that pretty soon. If he attacks us, if the Khorne forces attack us, does it count? I don't know. But I guess you could, like, go all the way to the Eye of Terror, you know, and then start at the end and push out, you know, because you're like, haha, but, you know, with Underway Stance, it's pretty okay anyway. Alright. Oh, they got way too far in. You know, that's... But if we're here, maybe, I don't know. You know, we'll probably lose the Wharf. What are you going to do? We didn't deeps any of this, just the Veil. We have 38 High King decrees, so really it's just a matter of remembering where we haven't used them. Yep, alright. Good, good, good. Just wait a couple turns, and then we'll build the deeps everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. Everywhere but there. How much of a nightmare would be with normal movement? No underway, bad encampment stance? Yeah, I remember Realm of Chaos, the map right before Immortal Empires was... I had played it like one time, right? And... dude, what a nightmare. I don't even remember what faction I played. I don't even remember what faction I played. I do remember that the Sword of Slaanesh that you get from the realm there is like a Sword of Khorne without the ability, though. It's like immense AP and like a huge ward save. Just very, very cartoon overpowered. Yeah, because all they can get is laborers now. Yep, this is their last place. And it's an outpost overseer's tower, so they all they can do is mine here. They yep. And that's that. You know, Morgrim gets his throng together, but that's that. They'll only have 2 Dreadquake batteries. Pathetic. Alright. We need... Alright, so Longdrong's going that way. Oh, right. Okay, so you can underway over and move with full movement that turn. That's pretty good, ain't it? It's 8 turns to do it, but still. It's super good to be able to move an army like that, but 8 turns is a long time. I guess one of the grudges makes it quicker. Yeah, but that's the one to get all of the Umgi of Chaos away from the massive land of Norska. But yeah, of course with underway, it's not... attrition's theoretical, right? Just don't move not an underway, and you'll be fine. Like, even here, you can underway move up right here, and get, you know, your regen. Pretty funny. But we are, you know, we're in now. We did it, guys. We got into the Realm of Chaos. Wait, what? What? Ooh, we're in the Realm of Chaos now. Well, maybe when we get to the end, we'll get like a cool item or something. I don't know.
It is time. By the grudge bearer's will. Do you take me for a wazard? Only chaos commands me.
Because if he gets the layer, that'd be pretty annoying. But if they just take Karak Vlag, but I think what'll happen... Oh, they already did take Karak Vlag. Oh, well, we gotta get up there to get it back then. Oh, well, this is very engaging. Because, I mean, if he moves towards Bloody Spires, that would be the best. That is a weaker place than the layer is, right? The layer has, you know, walls and stuff, so... We'll get this Oathkeeper guy there to stiffen the line against him. Because we want him to move in. We don't want him to run away. He can't see Logan Redmane there, I don't think.
It is time. I'm ready.
Another Red Axe of Karak 8 Peaks. Well, you know, the game is definitely trying to send us a message, right? No, the message is it's one of the few blue items that are unique to the dwarves in the weapon slot. So, you know, so we'll get that because we've got good weapon drops. A cool item is not having Chaos Scourge's work. I mean, indeed, right? That is its own intense and amazing reward.
To do then. What? My axe thirsts for war. Yes. Let's Slayer, master of runecraft.
Alright, we've already got all the engineers. We have 29 engineer slots. And we have used all of them. Look, every army needs a couple engineers, right? Because even if I'm very bad, and I am very bad, I can still use a couple engineers well. And sometimes, depending on the battle, if it's not too tense, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, I got bombs, you know? Like, I can do all sorts of good stuff with an engineer. Yeah, so I'm not sure if the armies are supposed to show up before it finishes or not, but you were saying that you thought it might be bugged, so we shall see if it is soon enough. Alright, wonderful, wonderful stuff. And we'll move this guy over, because if we just get this army, like, right here, then we'll be able to stand in the breach against them, and, you know, we just don't want them to get up in here, and then, you know, because if they do, all of these armies are somewhere else, and it will really interrupt their plans. Of course, when we declare war on them, it'll probably interrupt their plans anyway. But we'll be able to give a bunch of the districts in here to Karakadrin, or some of the districts, you know. A bunch of some of them.
They are Death Seeker, Doom Chaser.
Yeah, so here we see that the theoretical possibility is indeed 100% true. Because with 50% off, they're free. But we're a ways away from a free army, of course, but not like forever away from it. So I would love to do what we're doing here and just sort of like, you know, marshalling our forces against the random incursions of chaos to, you know, be able to get our dwarfholds back without any trickiness, but obviously Daniel is like when you compare like how warriors of chaos are in auto-resolve and on the battlefield and stuff, and then demons of chaos, you're just like, what were they doing? This is like the flagship, right? Oh, that must have been, it must have been Daniel. I must have done Daniel in the Realms of Chaos. And of course, Emmerich wants to give me a ton of stuff, but look, he's an elf. Look at his ears. Look at his hair. It's just another Elgi scheme. You should be able to look at a guy that looks like Thranduil from Lord of the Rings and say, I don't trust him. This is all Elgi nonsense. 10 grand? What else is he hiding in there? What's in those elvish trinkets? Gotta know. Got to know. Man, oh man, we're doing so good. You know, we're richer than anything, and all of our armies are so good. We got global recruitment at the level of local recruitment. It's just so good. Because even if you sit still in the Chaos Waste for 3 turns defending, if you end up with a couple of Thunder Barges, like, that's way different than 6 turns. 6 turns is an eternity. That doesn't even count. 3, though. Anybody can sit still for 3. If you got to get some Thunder Barges. Or, you know, you get a secondary army, you recruit up there, and they can, you know, in 4 turns, have an entirely legit army of cannons, slayers, quarrelers, longbeards, etc., you know, and keep on pressing in. It's so cool what you can do when you turn the corner. When you're richer than gods and can recruit quicker than they can, the Chaos Gods really sort of pale in comparison before the might and the splendor of the Dawi people.
Fearless and unbreakable. The dwarfs need me. My decision is law. What fool dares not?
Oh, he had to come back up there to get there. Well,
And that? We march.
if we just get Karak, that's still pretty great compared to what we could have had otherwise.
Time for a reckoning for the wisdom of the layer.
I'm like, wait, there are words in this song? Deeps in Zharr-Naggrund.
Grease those axles! Follow me, lads! Got it! Bane of demons.
Snorri Gunnison. I was like, Gunnison?
Yes, yes.
Alright, so here...
Choose, my lord.
It's like Morglis might know what's on the menu, but...
My first ship was near success. Undestructible, I called it.
Do we do it now? I mean, yeah, might as well. Sorry, Dusty. I legitimately respect you so much.
I refuse. Let's be die glorious. Take it for the
But the thing is that your greenskins, which are not reliable neighbors, and the Bugman Grudge! And that means, of course, it's time to recruit Joseph Bugman! So we make him a lord, right? And then just give him, you know, a rangery army?
It's me. What?
We'll go here, and then circle.
Explosives.
Malakai goes here to help him take it.
Don't stop till you're dead. We can hold this.
I'm sorry, Dusty. And again, Dusty, nobody respects you more than I do. Like, you did great. You cast off the disgraceful overlordship of your hated masters, and, like, nothing but respect for you, Dusty. However, I live here now, so you can't. You just can't. We're not gonna let you live here anymore.
Let us begin. Shoulder axes, lads.
And I don't even know where Grimgor is. I mean, he's gonna be somewhere.
The ancestors agree.
Probably down here. But no, this will probably be like his real capital, so.
Doom chaser. Time for
And there we go, the end of Zhatan the Black. Gorgoth Stranos. And we get the Chalice of Malfleur. Now, why is this so fun? Well, you see, you remember that item we got that gave us all the healing. You see, the Chalice is a character rune. And now, then Thunderstone is gonna, you know, he's gonna heal a lot, because when this gets juiced all the way to 0.3, that's a lot of healing. And, you know, he's got Tankard for even more healing, and then he's gonna have a healing cap of the sky. Good stuff. Good stuff. And of course, we do have, somebody's got like the
if it speeds me doom.
somebody's got the sword of the elves. And then Karstein, right? It's Scully, right? I think we gave it. Yeah, Scully's the one who earned it. That's right. You know, for the story of the game, it's important that you give whoever earns the thing the thing.
Hey up.
All right, what do we want here? We need to get rid of Longdrawn Slayer pirates so they can go into his army. We're never going to get over there, so we might as well just swap them now. Yeah, why not? And now we've got the grudge for stock Goblin Hewers, which are very good indeed. Do we want 2 Hewers? I mean, not really. This army was put together out of, like, all the regiments of renown, and the ones that are surviving here are the ones that, you know, survived, so.
Death Seeker. Doom chaser.
Alright, so that's all of those. It's possible that he'll take this, but I think actually that the Dwarf Auto would preclude him from being able to, most likely. I mean, he's just level 8. But we'll just roll in here and, you know, we'll send Malakai up that seam. We'll send Scully up this seam. This guy finishes his recruitment in a turn for almost all of that, and then we'll push out as well. Not too worried about them jumping over the wall. Even if they do, yeah, they can hardly crack, you know, one of the deep stuff places. I mean, Head Crumple Hold, maybe they could. But I imagine they would target somewhere in here, you know, because it's a little closer. Alright. Excellent, great, and in all other ways very good. No, we don't want to do that because we want to be able to take that scratch one. Yep, and then we'll just a few more turns and get that to level 9, and yeah, we'll just because I guess it's probably Skaven over here. It's probably Tretch and stuff. I'm like, we're just gonna jump across. I mean, look, if Grimgore's there, we're gonna have to deal with him anyway. I don't know where he lives. He is super weak, right? Strength rank 58. Pathetic. We are strength rank 2. Scrag probably has about 50 armies that are all sitting around an ogre camp, not moving. Love that for him, honestly.
Alright, lads. What need to do? Aye, I suppose so. My anger burns bright. Ready to do the guild's bidding. Yes. Armed and ready. Master engineer.
Another engineer, good stuff, and then that'll finish up in a couple of turns, and we'll see if the grudge is just non-functional. Well, you know, maybe somebody else already cleared out all the undead, but the building got burned down, and you know, the building didn't remember that it had been sorted. Alright. So that's all of that. There. You know, we can only hang around and wait for so long for the blessings.
Bane of demons. Who's mad enough to follow me?
Alright, Hargrim Ironforge.
Slayer.
Because Jamek, that's the one. Yeah, we'll go here and fight them, and then he'll zoom off to the top. And Hargrim will go ahead and head to the Realm of Khorne, too. And, you know, here in a moment, Okri is going to also head out into the wastes. Obviously, the Shields of Caragdoom and the Caragdoom's Gates Guards will be given to a lord to hang out here at Caragdoom, forever honoring the hold with their great bravery, sacrifice, and longevity, you know. Their beards didn't get any longer, but they are every bit as brave as a long beard, right? Alright, so we can just ambush there. Fighting against Skaven, I always want to take an army that they can't ambush, right? Because if you just have like an air force instead of artillery, you just get an air force, you know? Thunder barges and whatnot. So sure, they can shoot a thunder barge, but with 70 missile resist, can they? And if you have the Iron Warden's helmet and you have an engineer around, then it's 80% missile resist. So really, can they?
Yes.
Copperpot moves up there. We'll hit all those and then we'll just converge. So we know it's going to be a few turns for him to move out on us anyway, so that works just fine. Beautiful. Can't shake your stick at a map like this. This is absolutely the greatest.
For my oath. It's their doom or mine.
I'm just going to take a short break, and then we will be here for the fight. You know, they've got walls, so obviously it's just going to be a great time. But we haven't fought one of these, you know, chosen a Khorne dual weapons. You know, now I'm saying, you know, it would be really good against Khorne, that item that gives you 50 fire resist. Because look, all of the lords do fire damage. All the heroes do fire damage. You know, the Forsaken do it, the Chosen do it. Most of the demons do it. You know, so it's... You know, with 50 fire resist, suddenly they're not really going to be hurting you very bad. But of course, we don't have that much here. It's all right. We have everything we need, right? With some Zufbar 42 pounders, with our Air Force and such, because they don't have anything in the air except for the Bloodthirster, Darius Bloodraker. This guy's called Darius. But yeah, we're just going to we're gonna make it work, you know. We will find a way to make it work. A lot of these things want to fight us, but the thing is we have 5 gold cannons with 50 ammo. We'll be able to get it done. But we're going to do the fight because it'll be fun for me to talk while we're shooting them with our artillery. But before we do that, a short break. So looking down, I've been sitting in this chair for 3.5 hours, which is an amount of time to be doing it. We'll probably just play for another hour or so in this block, but I don't know. Every time I say we'll end soon, it ends up being 3 friggin' a.m. But who can tell the future? Not me. Anyway, but I am about to walk away from the computer. I can tell that far. I'll see you guys in just a bit. Alright. Well, final battle. No, final battle of this session. Got plumbers coming over, but let's get to it. It's so good to have the Chaos Dwarves gone. Someone whose existence shouldn't even, you know, be, and now they're eliminated. And of course, once we get rid of the guy in the sky, the Thunder Barge, that's the thing about dwarf sieges, right? Magic's overrated.
Kill trolls, giants, dragons, a greater demon or two. Let's see what surprises today holds.
I mean, you know, and that's the thing too. 5 ward save and 70 missile resist, like, they don't do anything when they hit me. They're trying their best. Of course, the tower's going down already.
Have those dwarven legs!
But yeah, the demons of chaos don't, depending on what they have, right? They don't have very much at all that can ever mess with you. Which makes an army like this a ton of fun, right? Because it's like, hey, wouldn't it be rough if we had to fight like a slaughter brute? I mean, yeah, but what if we don't have to fight him? Of course, an Exalted Bloodthirster is on the way, but you know what they say about them? You can shoot them with cannons. We just need to knock that tower down for when they get it, and then we can move the cannons and much more. Oh yeah, yeah. The Thunder Barge isn't too shy about blowing up the walls. But we don't actually want them to move on us yet. We want to move our cannons up, so we're just going to move in a little bit and get the Slayer ball going. Like, oh, he's got the Ring of Grimnir. Well, that's not gonna do him any favors for living. Because here, if you can get Ironbreakers on the wall, dude, it's, we just got to keep an eye on the Exalti. We're going to spear him. We're gonna hit him with a steel chair here. Boom! It's a lot of damage. We'll wait for a blob. That's a big bombardment, right? Yeah. Yeah, and we will just creeping barrage our way in. Here, I think this tower is firing at us somewhat, but no, maybe they were... Yeah, because now, yeah, that's the good stuff there. Yeah, he's running scared. We're just gonna burn down this and this. And now that tower's going down. This is so awesome! You know, they can't do anything against us, which that makes it fun too, but... Hey, let's go! Brawl! And we get an armor rune, because these are Blood Beasts of Khorne. They do lack primary armor piercing, although they have like 50% of it. It'll still save you a bunch of pain. And the Slayers, they're having a joyous day. It's exactly what they wanted to do when they woke up this morning. Alright, so I don't even think we paused it, but hey, the Slaughter Brood is executable. Good. The big guy is over there. That is okay. Oh, wow, the bit of... I was like, no, that wasn't friendly fire. That was just the Slaughter Brood being good at punching, right? But of course, Hugrim Silverhorn, he'll not meet his doom today. Yeah. Great stuff there. Chaos Warriors of Khorne Halberd. So, you know, that is a pretty good at dealing with Iron Breakers, right? But not like amazing, just pretty good. Here, the Ironbreaker's probably getting hurt a lot by not attacking and just allowing, you know, the enemy to dictate the pace there. But, you know, this is the classic Dark Fortress, right? I recognize it from my poor defenses. So we just Reeve in here, chosen with dual weapons. That's definitely a thing we want to shoot up. And we bomb them on the wall here. It works. I think our Ironbreakers, honestly, you know, for one, they aren't meant to be fighting. So, I mean, they've got great stats, right? But... oh, Brutal Business is still activated. I'm like, why is their weapon strength so high? Pretty sure Brutal Business is still on. Yep. And of course, the punchier things are, the less good your defenses are. The gyro bombers are spinning on top of them and shooting, you know. It's about sending a message. We're gonna try to spear him again. He's actually really high in the air. Maybe, yeah. Let's let him come back down. We want to make sure the spear actually hits. It's a great ability. We'll just stay overhead here. Cannons are getting inside, and of course we'll just have the Slayers to protect. Wrath and Ruin right here. Uh-huh. Yeah, he's having a party there. Kurnovach, a Blood Reaper. He's just having a party. He is diving, dipping, dodging. But, you know, even though he's having a great time, it won't get him everywhere. And here we need to make sure to get all the Air Force shooting at the big guy, and then we will turn around and nuke him with the airship. If he lands, oh, he lands, good, perfect. We'll drink a potion of healing there. And we will put the rune of smashing on Tehugrim Silverhorn, who destroys the exalted bloodthirster of Khorne in combat. What greater deeds were done. Man, oh man, glorious stuff. Sure, this campaign started with us beating the bloodthirster, but, you know, it's still very glorious. And we totally left them without support over here. I was like, why do I not move stuff into a city? Because I don't remember where things are. No, it'll be alright. The cannons are immune to flanking, which will help them some. You know, we'll probably lose a little bit. But what we will do is get rid of the bloodletters at least, and the Slayer support comes in. And we'll go to take the center place with the hero block. And we'll shoot down this tower with us. And nothing can stop us. Alright. Wonderful stuff. We win 1-0. A heroic victory. Of course, that Khorne army on the field would have been much more difficult to deal with, like always. But hey, if they were on the field, they wouldn't have had a whole extra army, the settlement garrison. So 7,000 Thunder Barge value. But hey, you know, the Slayers got theirs too. The Ironbreaker that actually fought did wonderful. He also might have just thrown blasting charges at a couple units. It's hard to say.
We can hold this. Demon Slayer. Slayer.
We've been a bad guest, and we are no longer a part of the Blood God's plans. I'm like, oh no, he doesn't like us anymore.
Can you see I'm busy? The runes wait for no one. Yes!
Obviously now we don't need to take money from our friends anymore. We can just give it to them, right? We'll just be like, hey, Ungrim.
The brewmaster. We drink. Very well. Oath! Casting the runes is thirsty work. Let's drink and talk. Up! Agreed. Welcome, kin. How may the High King serve thee? Aye!
And he is actually almost willing to join me just through my amazing reputation as well. Which would be, again, him accepting Malakai into the fold rather than us running things, which is obviously not what would be happening. But we are richer than anyone. Distributing our happiness here. But yeah, you know, all the Chaos Dwarves are gone, which is amazing. It's actually amazing. And now we're in the Blood God's realm here. Hargrim Ironforge's army moves out. Man, I kind of want a 2 Thunder Barge army in all the armies. You know, 1's great, but 2. That's what Okri's army's getting.
Master of runecraft. Demons can wait for the axe. Demon Slayer. Dying hiding is a crap dude. Walls. Good.
Yep, so we get there, and Longdrong's totally gonna get there in time to be able to help out. Excellent stuff. And you know, his heroes are still waiting to grow up, but they will be glorious and piratey before too long, I am sure.
Demon Slayer.
And it won't take but a few turns for us to clean all of this up, and then, yeah, we either turn to the problem of the ogres, because Greasus has 30 settlements. We could just, you know, push him entirely out and then get peace. We don't have to fight him forever. We do have to get him away from our lands, because he's been raiding us, and, you know, we need to give him a smack. But the dwarf holds do not extend further down than this, you know. So there's no necessity for us to eliminate him entirely. But yeah, you know, Thorgrim is really hauling on 8 peaks now, but he doesn't have any enemies, right? I guess the clans aren't doing much. I don't see Clan Morse, so I guess Clan Morse just, like, lost the war. And maybe Grom is, like, running the France right now. Running French Bretagne. But yeah, obviously Karak 8 Peaks is the eventual thing we're doing, but it is kind of far away, so we may well, while we're going in that direction, get something else done, right? Like, and I think Greece is on the menu, right? I think he is, because we'll just roll in here, deal with that, push down, get him away, because we don't want any ogres up here, you know, because if we push them out, then that'll be like below the entire Silver Road, this entire band of mountains, you know, it'll be just the dwarf holds, and then I feel like that's awesome, you know. Daniel has still not declared war against Ungrim. He may well do it eventually. If so, then we'll have to help out, but
Demon Slayer.
you know, Redmane will be able to take correct flag, and that'll be good, because I don't think this army beats all of these armies.
It cements my power.
I very much wish you would have taken Bloody Spires, but one cannot have absolutely everything they wish for. If one can. Don't tell me I don't want to know. But, yeah, there we go. Guess everything is building their stuff and building their stuff. And then, you know, and when we return, be more of this. We'll be able to build the desecrated temple of Hashut, you know, which really is about, you know, just making the Chaos Dwarves really, really upset. And then there's the unique deeps there. I don't remember what it is. I don't think it's like the coolest thing in the universe, but maybe it is. Like, I wonder who even has grudges anymore for us to satisfy. But I mean, there's a few thousands in here. There's some building, I think it's at Karak 8 Peaks though, where you can like stall the Grudge Age forever, which I would love to have the Age of Reckoning, you know, the Nongrom, and then just like end it there, you know, with the ages, you know, there. No more Ages of Grudges, because the dwarves are just so happy with how awesome I've been. That's the dream, right? But we're already so close to achieving that dream. I mean, look at Zharr-Naggrund. We, you know, we'll turn it around and spin it up. Abandoned lab. Now, what you do at abandoned labs is you need a master engineer there, or like funny things happen. Anyway, you don't want to break it. I think it's that one. Maybe maybe it's a Doomsphere. Anyway, I believe that you should have an engineer before you break that building. That's the thing that I believe about the game. I don't know if it's that place, but whenever there's a weird Skaven thing, I just want an engineer around. So we'll do that next turn. But yeah, that's that then. And we'll have a nice, elegant border before too long. I mean, it's already pretty good. Because, I mean, that's us, and then we're over here, but, you know... Ungrim, and then we'll get this in, and then we'll have a little patchwork there. And, you know, we might even, depending on how the Confederation thing goes with Thorgrim, but, you know, we might give him some lands in here, and then we'll have, you know, like a cosmopolitan dwarven Zharr-Naggrund. But good stuff. Of course, we still don't have campaign victory, because we have to defeat Clan Mulder and do the battles, but you know, it's we'll eventually we'll eventually do the last battles, and then when we get to them, we'll be like, man, well, that was easy. But anyway, that's all I've got for you right now. I'm gonna take a little break, get something to eat, and see what's going on, and then later on we will honestly probably be playing this all day long. I don't imagine my attention's gonna be taken up with something else, you know, because if I just play this campaign 40 hours a week in a month or two, I might get everything I need out of it. We'll see. Anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. I'll see you guys later. Hope you've enjoyed. Later, Luke. Pleasure as always. Maybe I'll see you later on tonight. Neo, good to see you too, man. And obviously, we're not really going to be friends with Greasus, but hey, he doesn't know that yet. So I'll see you guys around. And yep, that's all I've got for you. Peace.